Hello, Boston. Okay, let's go, guys. So, if you guys have any question, just like type on the chat, and I will read the question and try to give the best answer I can. So yeah, I wanted to record this video because like people ask me like how to do like how like I choose my colors for an illustration and stuff. So I just picked this one because this one is kind of hard and easy at the same time because it's like it's gonna be like daylight with a blue sky. The thing with the like a blue sky daylight like this is like it's very easy to pick colors because every colors is like the color of the object itself. So like if the shot is blue, it's gonna be like blue, and it's not gonna be like desaturated or stuff like that. But it's complicated because like ev- everything's gonna be at the same amount of saturation, sort of. So I'm gonna try to play with the atmospheric perspective. So let's go. So first I try to pick the color of the sky, but this won't set the mood of the piece because the blue is like something that is like separate. Okay, I like this blue more. So right now I'm just trying to make like some interesting shade in the sky, but nothing fancy. But this color won't affect the color picking for all the stuff around. When working on big illustration like this, do you color the background first, then color the character last? Uh, Now, like lately, I do everything at the same time. I would say, like it's more like I'm like very like jumpy. I would say, like I work on one part and I jump on the other part because I have an idea of a color, and it's very messy. But the best is like to start with the biggest part. So like first the sky and then all the buildings around here, and then I would do like I go smaller and smaller and smaller. It's the best for picking color. But with experience, you can start like on a tiny thing if you want. But it's harder to pick if you start with tiny things. Because the way I pick colors is like every colors to next to each other influence each other. So it's easier when you put the big ones first. So for this one, I will go like very easy on the shadow, so that like the light will come from here. So so it's very easy. Like everything is like eating like that. And what's good with it is like it's gonna make some interesting shape with the cast shadow because it's all gonna go this way. So it's just about like making some nice like small lines for the shadows. so it gives like the like a good position, a good sense of space of everything with the light. And there's gonna be as well the bouncing like from here, because there's gonna be the sun here, and like it's gonna be like kind of yellow. So I want like a yellow bouncing here, and that's it. That's the main like the two lights I want. There could be even more, but like I just try to keep it simple. So yeah, normally I should start with the building, but I'm gonna start with the character right now. So I select like already like painted the shape of it. So I'm just gonna select it and make the selection invisible. Then make a new layer. Which one's gonna be the skin of the big guy? Yeah, normally I don't name the layers, but it's better for the video, I guess. So I start with the skin. So now I can, since I have the selection, I can make the shape invisible. So right now I know that the amount of light, since like the light is coming like, did I do it? Oh yeah, since the light is coming like from the top, I know that the shadow is gonna be about 10% on the body. So I try to find the right flat color for the light. And since like it's daylight, like I told you, like the color of the skin is very basic. It could be like it's just like the color of the right color of the skin. It doesn't get influenced by the color of the light that much. It's only the bouncing light that's gonna influence the light of that. So another layer for the skin of the girl. Right now I'm trying to check how dark it looks in the light, because I know that I will have some shadow, and it can get very dark if I start too dark with the light. Okay, I'm gonna do the hair. See, right now the color picking starts. So like for the color of the hair, I need to pick the right color compared to the skin. And right now the color of the hair is like way too hot. Like people would say brown, but I prefer to compare and say, oh, it looks too hot to the color of the skin. So what I do is like make it more cold. So I desaturate. So it means that I'm doing a horizontal movement on the color wheel, left to right, no, right to left. Even more, and then I go a little bit more in the opposite in the circle, so it doesn't match too much with the skin as well. So it gives like a kind of separation. could even, I think, maybe I want to go more blue actually. Yep. No, I don't like this blue actually. You see, it's like a lot of like trying to find the right one. Hello, hello guys. Okay, so now I'm gonna start to paint the background. I just wanted to like have a like the main color for the main characters because I like it like to see it first. So I'm gonna do the color of the ground. So since like I know that the bouncing like is gonna be like from the sand, I want the ground to be like more kind of yellowish in the grays. Make the sand ground. Oops, sand. I'm curious, what paintbrush do you use in Clip Studio for such crisp line work in your art? I use just the G pen that Clip Studio gives, like this one, yeah. Or I just use the default setting and that's it. It took some time to get used to it though, but it's good. So right now I'm trying to find the color of the sand. So what I do is like I color pick the color of the ground of the ground here, and I know that the color of the sand is like about the same value. It's like the value is like slightly more light than this ground. So what I do is go, going slightly on top and then going right side. Oops, my bad. Have you tried the lasso tool yet, Ness? Yeah, I tried and I don't like it because it doesn't feel like you're drawing or something. It's very strange. I mean, it depends on your like how's your brains work, I guess. And mine is just doesn't compute. Like it's working well, but it doesn't follow my logic of filling stuff, and so I just use the filling tool with the reference layer. So right now I'm trying to find the right color of the sand. Trying to correct a bit the ground as well. I'm gonna start with the all the buildings and buildings. It's here up. I select the shape that I block out already. So now there's a how do you say? There's a play of light just with the flat colors of the color of each building. So I'm trying to make like an interesting shade, just doing like a like interesting color between every building. And but I'm working with the light right now. So I just like look at roughs. Oops, another color. So this as well. Actually, The default one? The default one or downloaded one? For the pen, yeah, just the default one. The G pen, the default one. Hey Niskin, I just finished a class with Q Fang. The work you you all do for Overwatch is always super sick. It was interesting to learn about what you all do. Oh, thank you. Can I ask where you... Oh, no, it's not for me, the question. It's not for me. The Q class is Chinese class. I think it's only for Chinese. I'm not sure. Maybe he gave another class, but I know he's doing like Chinese classes. He's good. He's a good teacher. He knows how to put things in work. Q is very good for that. Like he knows how to explain everything properly. Not like me. Sorry if I take time to answer. Sometimes I'm just like trying to focus on the color I pick. Actually, let's try this approach. Actually, I'll save all those flat colors that I picked. Just gonna pick one color for this. Let's do it more simple. Just one color for all the buildings for now. So it's gonna be like this gray. You know, I can. So right. So right now I'm gonna start to put a bit of light, the bouncing light from the sand, and everything that is like kind of bouncing right now, it's only gonna be like very like light shade on all the flats, so it creates like a good gradient. So it doesn't look just flat. So like for the skin, start, start to put this shade of bouncing. Oh, it's not working. Oh, okay. Well, the video, egg dishes, the video is recorded, so I may try to upload it on YouTube, but it's gonna be a long video, so I will try to pack the video, like just like cut the important moment when I give like the right amount, the good information. But see, right now, like I'm just trying to put like some good gradients on the skin with the bouncing lights. So you already have like a thing of light, even though it's just flat. And I can even go more crazy, but I'm not sure yet. Like you know, in the, like around here, I could put some like what I call like pumping colors. So it's like I just like in the color I just go like from right or left. So it's just play with the saturation. So it's just gonna I just put few dash of it. So it's just making like the thing shine sort of. See at at some parts, and then I just like try to shade a bit around so it's not too obvious. And then I can go even more desaturate, so it pumps even more around it. See, it's very subtle, but that's what like give like it feels like that the flat is interesting to look at as well, and that's how I can keep simple with shading as well. After like when I do the shadow, like putting those little dash of colors, like it's very light, but it gives like the feeling of like of more complex texture sort of. I mean, this one is gonna be very long, so like it can take like it's gonna take a few days to finish it, or maybe it's gonna be quick. I don't know. I just feel like I want to take my time on this one since I'm talking and stuff. So I want to be sure that it's done the right way at the same time. So I want to be sure that I don't I stay focused on it even though I'm talking. So I'm slowing down. Just keep in mind that like right now all the colors are, for the character that I did right now is supposed to be on the light, not like it's not the shadow part or it's not like the middle color. It's supposed to be the light because I know that the whole piece is covered like 80% by lights. Here I want to put some more dash of red. A bit more colder in here. See like where it's less like the bouncing is gonna be stronger on the ground. But when I'm going, the more up I go, and the more like I try to match the color of the sky, because it's gonna be the bouncing light, the kind of the bouncing light of the like of the darker shadows, I would say. It's very light. For now, it's very light because it's in the light. It's all about playing with saturation. What would you say is the main difference between the type of rendering you do for Overwatch versus Riot rendering differences? Uh, uh, I would say that Riot illustration that the splash images that they do is more like painting, and what I do is not painting. It's more like like a collage style. So I just like block shape and paint into it. I mean, paint. It's not painting. I'm coloring. It's not. I don't paint. I color. It's not the same. Because when you paint, for me, it's like you have to figure out all the shape with the brushstroke of your painting. And me, it's like everything is figured out already with the drawing, kind of. So all I do is just like filling shapes. So for me, it's just coloring. So let's. I'm just gonna do the flats of everything here. Glove 2, crappy. Yellow object. See, every time I change colors or like I try to block another, I try to find a color for another shape, I just make a new layer. So this white is actually interesting because right now this white is being influenced by the bouncing light. That's why it's like more yellowish. It's not like a pure white in the light. It's not like pure. It's like getting influence. Also, like the Riot stuff is poli- way more polished than mine. Mine is way more simpler. Like I don't push it that far. I think I just get too lazy after sometimes. Like it's fun to do some rendering, but like after a while, I just like get tired of it. But from time to time, I like to render stuff, but it's not something I would do every day for sure. Because you just feel like you spend forever on the PCs and yeah, no fun. I just want to have fun, so yeah, just keep it simple for me. Like, would you say once you get your flat colors down, you focus, then goes to the medium shapes and saturation? The thing is that I do like I said at the beginning, I do everything at the same time normally. But right now, for like to explain my thoughts, I just try to like break down everything step by steps. And usually I block the shadow at the same time of the flat curves, But once you get all your flats down, what's good is like you just start to see like if like that color of the skin is like interesting next to that yellow and next to that blue. But since we are in the full daylight in the beach, like every color has the same saturation. So it's just kind of work anyway. Like I know that this is gonna be yellow, even like it's because like the light is like just white. But it got influenced a bit by the bouncing light though. And since the bouncing light is yellow, I go even more yellow on this one. The blue I could go a little bit more desaturated because the bouncing light here is like influencing that blue actually. So I just go left side a bit. Then it's very like slight shift, but it does make a difference in the feeling. See? So it feels that the blue is absorbing the yellow light of the sand. So yeah, right now this white that I picked for the eyes is about the same of this. It's the same as this one right now, but I'm gonna change this one because like this one is more far away from the bouncing light, so it's gonna get colder. So I desaturate and I go even in the more reddish because like there's some blood in the the veins and stuff that makes it a little bit more reddish. It's like very like you don't see like it feels like I didn't change anything, but it does make a difference. Like every choice is like every color I pick has to be like a good choice. If I make a good choice, I will have like very little work after like when I do shadows and stuff. Because I won't have to correct that much. They block out everything for him. Oh, the nipple. So right now I'm gonna do like the black of the robotic arm. And normally it's supposed to be like the same color as the hair. But since I want to like it's like a mechanic thing, what I do is what I like to do is like to make it even feels like more colder than the hair. So I always like kind of work in the blue, and not always, but trying to make it look cool at least compared to the hair. So even though it looks like bluish for me, it's in my mind it's set up as a dark. That is the same as the hair, but like different feeling. For me, those two colors are the same but different feeling. Actually, that's how I would describe it. So that's why like most of the time I don't name colors because like when you name colors, it just limits it limits like what you are choosing. Because for me, like sometimes the reds can be blue and stuff like that. It depends on how you set up your mind. Tricky, but fun. Yeah, it's flashy. The yellow hard surface. Do you use clip arts at work? You mean Clip Studio? Yeah, I use Clip Studio. I think I'm probably the only one using this software at work. I'm not sure. Oops, I forgot to draw this part. Up. Let's draw it now. Here we are. Oops. Clip art. You mean, or are you trying to mean something else than Clip Studio? I'm not sure. I feel like I could go even more saturated for the skin, but I'm not sure yet. Around here. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna add a bit of bouncing like on all the flats I just did. Oops. You see how I picked this color like for the bouncing like of the hair? I picked the color of the flat color first, and then since I know that the light is yellow, this color has got influence, so I go more in the red, and then I change the value a bit more to make it more light. And then I just do like some like very light pressure dash on the thing, so it's very light on it. It does feel like I did nothing when I zoom out, but it makes a huge difference, like in the shift of hues. Would you recommend Clip Studio over Photoshop? Uh, well, if you like drawing, yeah. If you like doing a bit of like if you are more like a concept artist, I would say Photoshop is better, like for correction and stuff like that. No, clip art is like a sticker. I just had a brain fart or something. Okay. Like I'm pretty familiar with Photoshop, but I'm at the point where I wouldn't mind putting in the time to get familiar with Clip Studio if it's going to be better long term. So Clip Studio is like good because just for productivity. Like I always see myself like if I was a pro gamer, like if I was a pro in Overwatch or something. So like every tool has to make sense and bring something that is like giving me more productivity, like it's just like getting better. It's like getting the best mouse and stuff like that. And Clip Studio like gives you like all the tools to set that kind of stuff. Like you can custom all the shortcuts. Like all the functions can be custom, can have shortcuts, and like everything is like if you think like oh like this part could be easier if I could do this function. Most of the time, Clip Studio has it, and you can just do it like easy. So like let's say just that, just because of that, like oops, just because of that, I don't like Photoshop. Just the fact that I can't resize the brush in like in a microsecond, it's a huge difference for me. Like people will say, oh, it's like only like taking like 0.05 more second to do it, but just that difference is like it's slow me down too much, and it's not good. So that's why I always compare like that kind of stuff with like being a pro gamer, because like that kind of stuff like makes a difference in the long term in the productivity. But you can do like the same thing on Photoshop. Like if you know how to draw, you know how to draw on Photoshop, on Clip Studio, and Photoshop is the same. It's just drawing. So right now I'm not sure about what I want to do exactly, like because like since it's like a very complicated illustration, there's a lot of thing going on. I'm just thinking right now that maybe I can unify everything with just the same color for the shadow for everything. So I'm gonna put like I'm just gonna paint the shadow for like all the background with the same color, just to unify the thing. So when I do like the flat colors, it's gonna be easier for the reading. Because like when it's like something that is supposed to be far away from me, it's like I like to unite everything with just the same color shadow somehow, like the same value or something like that. So it's all like stick together. But I'm not sure yet. I'm just like exploring right now. I'm not sure if I want to do it that way. There's so many different ways to approach this one. But I think like what I'm doing right now is like the easiest one. Like unifying with the shadow. Because I only have to pick one color. Right now, like that color, I'm not sure about it. I can change it later. Right now, I'm just trying to build a like interesting shape. I mean, right now it's easy because I'm just feeling like the like all the inside of the buildings, but with dark. Actually, scale. Well, there's like what is efficient. I think now Photoshop has it, but like the fact that you can like mirror your piece very fast like that is game changing. Before, because on Photoshop it does it like physically, so it takes time if you have a big file to like do the mirror thing, and Xfce just do it like virtually, so it doesn't affect the piece, and you can do it like just like fast like that. It's a game changing for me because I just spam it all the time when I draw, and it's very quick. flip the canvas and make them dance. Yeah, that's basically that. You see, like just putting those dark is helping me like make it like starting to make a read of the background. It's gonna be even more complex. I'm gonna put even more dark right now. So yeah, like the light, like I say, is coming from. It's oops. I should have left the light is coming from here. So I try to do all the shadows like being influenced by that light direction. Normally it should be more like see like for the shadow of this like of those caps, the lights is like I want interesting shapes, so I know that it's gonna hit like this, like more like subtle like this. So it makes like a kind of like it changed directions like slowly. It's not about like I don't even try to make like the right shape of the cap, like of the shadow of the cap. I just try to make like a interesting read, so I know it's gonna get bigger the more I go down. And that's all I need to know. It's not I don't need to make like the exact range, like try to draw like the exact like cast shadow of the thing. It's too hard. So I just try to give the right direction, so it does give the right feeling. It's not for me. It's not about like trying to understand the volume. It's trying to understand like trying to make interesting shape. Obviously, there's a bit of knowledge of the volumes, but like the more interesting it looks, the better it is for me. So it's I will always value like interesting over the logic of the shape. I'm not sure about want to do that because right now I'm doing the strongest dark, so I'm not sure I want to do those tiny ones right now like this. I think it's just gonna like mess up the read. So I'm just gonna stay away from it for now. It's better just to like first start with the big ones. So there's like no, it's supposed to be like a big shade actually from this. Oh, like there's the how do you call it the shade thing for the to cast shadow like here. So I just put a big block of black to the same here. Like there's a big one here. I'm not sure right now if it's gonna be good, but even though if I'm wrong, at least I did put the shape of the shadows for the background so I can reuse it later if I don't want to keep with that that direction. Yeah, like every time I do backgrounds, like, oh, is it as good as Vasily would do? So I always try to push even more, like the background to be at his like level, kind of, or his standard. But yeah, this guy is like like Zoin Vasily is like in other level for me. It's like not reachable. Like no matter how hard I try, I will never get to the his like the way he thinks, the way like he puts like the perspective and stuff. He picks colors. Actually, I'm gonna put all dark here. Oh, maybe not. No, let's not do that. Shadow here. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the channel. So yeah, like you see, like I block like all the big shapes. It always feels like this, like this one is getting it's bigger, smaller, and like this one is like kind of like big, but like those lines here, like this, is like getting smaller and smaller. So it follows the perspective at the same time. It doesn't have to be perfect, but as long as you feel like it's like going small to big, it's fine. But this one is interesting. Gonna try to go over the character actually. Sure. So now I'm just starting to change a bit of the color of the like the darkest shadow, because like I'm trying to take count the atmospheric perspective. So it's gonna be less dark the more far away we go. So I just picked the blue because like you have the blue of the sky. Actually, it could be like even the bouncing light of the sun again, and you still like stay like very hot. Actually, maybe I want to stay hot. I don't know. Yeah, let's stay hot for now. I can change it after. The shape is saved anyway in a layer. Actually, I'm gonna like decrease the maximum dark value of the shadow. Right, it was too dark, I think, for that distance. Got like some bouncing lights everywhere. More light here. So, and we do have a shadow layer for the buildings that are far away, so it's like separate from the shadow in the first plan. I don't know how to say it. I can go like colder than the first one. Yes. Oops. So like, you see for those like 3 lines of shadow, all I need to know is like the first one has to be smaller than the last one, so it's getting bigger and bigger. That's all I need to know. It's fine if it's not the right shape or if it's like supposed to be like this or I don't know. For me, I just want to make it feel like it's going bigger and bigger, like from left to right. Maybe not that much, but so it does give an impression of like distance and volumes. Oh, I can have the name of those artists you mentioned before. Oh yeah, but someone gave it already. Yep, those three. What? Interesting. So this one I can put it behind. Oops. What? Let's work with the like all the people on the background now. Control. So usually what I do now is like trying to make to use references. So I compare colors. So like I pick the color of the skin of this guy, and like this guy around here is supposed to be like about the same color of the skin. But I try to pick a different flat color because it's like you have to take in account the distance that separate them, so the light doesn't give the same amount of like energy. So like I'm trying to go like a bit. I'm just like changing slightly, but it's gonna give like a bit more depth, I guess, depth on the thing. Because if you use like the same colors for every color of this, like the same like value and stuff for like all the skins around, it's just like it's just gonna look flat. So just with the flat colors right now, trying to create depth already. Depth. Ah, sorry for my pronunciation. So this girl is supposed to be like to be the same color skin, but she's like more like pale, I would say. So I desaturate a bit. This guy is more tan, I would say. Right now, I'm just like trying to define the color of the skin of everyone, and just random. It doesn't have to be like it's just like random choices. Like decide this guy to be like this, like this, like this, and like since they are even more far away, I should go maybe a bit more dark. Even more pale, I'd say. More in the reddish. Both have the same for this one. Also for the reading of the piece, I try to make like since like those two are the most interesting, that's where you will get the most saturated colors. So like the most on the right side. So I always try to like if I pick the color of this skin, it's like has to be like slightly more desaturated than this one. So I'm sure that the point of interest is always staying around here with like flashy colors, like like values and stuff. But the more I go far away as well, the more I try to desaturate so it doesn't like flash too much. But the problem on this piece is like since it's like daylight and it's like just the full blast of the sun, even though they are far away, like it's kind of stay like saturated, like on the same kind of level, at least to my eyes. But since it's like it's not real life, or real life, it's illustration. I can cheat on that and desaturate a bit when I go far away. Let's see how it like this darkening looks like desaturate compared to this one. So right now, like the shot is, I want it to be orangey. So I pick the color of the skin, and I know that the orange that I want to pick is darker than the skin of the guy. So I could pick the skin of this guy, and I know that I have to go down on the color wheel just because the orange is darker, and I just go to the orange because I know that the color of the orange is darker. So I always like when I know it's darker, I just go down and then go right for the saturation. It's all about movement for me. It's not about like picking the right color. I mean, it's about picking the right color, but it's like doing the right movements on the color wheel. Right now, it doesn't look like. Right now, I try to compare the color of the skin to the shot to the color of the skin, and it doesn't look orangey enough. So I just saturate even more. That's it. And I could even go even darker. Like, maybe not. I just want to feel like this shirt is popping more than the skin. That's what I want for this shirt. For the next shirt, it's gonna be like more gray. Right now, I'm not even trying to. I know you want it to be gray, but I want to feel it like it's cold as well. So I just go in the blues. Hey Niscan, is it possible to watch this session later? It's very late in my time zone. Love your work. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to upload this on YouTube, but it's gonna be a very long video, so I don't know if I will edit the thing or not. See, like right now with like the white of those two t-shirts, it is the exact same color I picked, but this white feels like very different from the white on the right, just because of the dark skin that is next to it. So it does play a lot when you pick colors. So I need to change this white if I want to fix it. I mean, if I don't want to feel like it's the same as this one. But you see that like right now, like the more color I put, they start to be like influences around. But oh no, never mind. I'm just gonna start to shade the ground a bit more because it's like not interesting right now. So right now, like I try to pick a flag for every change of of steps. I don't know. You can like there's like blocks that is being separated by lines right now. So every like line that just tries to change the flat of the car. So it creates like an interesting transition between like all of those, like one, two, three. It looks kind of bold, like doing like three blocks like that, but I will add more and more correction and even more like colors, so it will like kind of correct. But giving like those three blocks, kind of like the separations between like every parts, gives like an interesting read already. Like it doesn't have a separation here. It's very light though. Trees. It's late for me, but I'm afraid I'll miss some serious wisdom if I look away. No, it's fine. Like I told you, I will probably put it on YouTube and just cut the part where I talk, so you won't miss anything, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Right now I'm trying to find the red of like this wall is supposed to be like kind of reddish, but since it's far away, I don't know how much saturated I wanted it to be. Because it's working anyway, because it's like I said, it's like bright daylight, so I could go like saturated like that even though it's far away. It's all gonna play on the color of the shadow. But yeah, maybe it's too much. Like here right now, I just did like a dash of pure blue, and I went very soft with the pressure. So like after that, it does give like a interesting like popping colors. And with the light pressure, it just mixed with the red a bit. And after that, I just pick that color and I try to make like interesting texture. Because you have the blue of the sky that influence the color, so I try to separate colors instead of like trying to mix them all together by doing like small dashes, so it's like popping out. I can even go even more like blowing this up. It's all about putting the right amount so it still look red. Good night, Boston. Sometimes you'll do work like this in a day, right? What's your mindset going into it? How do you how do you handle doing long duration sessions? Uh, I've- for me, it's just like playing video games, so I'm just having fun, even though it's asks a lot of like concentration. So I'm just like having fun. So I can like do long session because like when I play video games, I can play like hours, so it's the same. I just stop when I'm just tired. But to find the mindset to be fun, I would say you need like to set some goals. I would say like knowing that you can finish your piece is like a good satisfaction. So I always like try to do a piece that I know that I can finish, even though it's complex or not. I mean, like when I do personal work, I just draw like most of the time I draw just like what I like. So I'm just having fun all the time. But like when it's work, it can be different, you know, like because like you're answering to the client demands. So sometimes it can get boring and stuff. So you have to force yourself for sure. But right now, I'm not forcing myself for sure. If I feel like I'm forcing myself, I just like stop, kind of, or have a break. Like the right now, I'm trying to pick the color of the leaf. Like I know it's green, but this is tricky because like this is where my color blindness is being very harm is hitting hard on me right now because I'm not sure what the color I'm picking. I'm just like relying on the movement here and what I'm just seeing because right now I'm not sure like what I'm seeing is good. So I rely a lot of on the position of the of the round here on the color wheel. So it can get tricky this part. Usually I hate when I have to to deal with with greens and stuff. I'm just like, I don't know what to pick. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure what I'm putting exactly. I mean, it looks like something to me that is good, but I'm not sure that the reader will see it like I want it to see it. Yeah, I struggle to be consistent sometimes, but I know that the harder you work, the more comfortable and fun it will feel with over time. Yeah, for sure. The thing is that you like the way I learned drawing actually is I always trying to like step up, but little by little. I never try to like do too much all at once. Like you know, like at the beginning you have like to learn like you had to learn anatomy, oops, like perspective, and like backgrounds and stuff like that. Like backgrounds, colors. So like most of the time, like I mean most of the time when I was like trying to learn drawing, like I knew that this one is the one when I had fun because it's like drawing characters. So I learned first how to draw anatomy for sure, even, and then I was introducing a bit of perspective after. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna like draw the character in the like in the ground now. Like as like before, I was just studying like anatomy randomly, like yeah, like if the character was flying in the air. But like slowly, I just introduce perspective in the thing. So I just like say, okay, now there's a ground. So let's try to draw like the character like touching the ground. And like slowly, I just add stuff and more and more and more. But I just like I don't try to like put the character in like in like a very complicated background right away because I knew at the time that I wasn't good with backgrounds already. So I just like put one by one until I have like just to be sure that I still have fun when I'm learning. And the more you have fun, the more you want to push a bit, and it's you always feel like kind of like in a like most of the time you just feel like in a positive mood to learn more and more and more than just like getting frustration over like all the time. Always try to find like a mindset that puts you in a good mood to learn something. I mean, there's like at some point I just reach a plateau and there's stuff like I just hate to learn. I just stop learning for sure. But like at some point I just give up on like drawing props and stuff like that. Like drawing like all those like background stuff. I just give up on how I want to get even more like specific in the shapes. I just like stay simple now. So right now I'm like doing the cast shadow of the characters for the floor, and I'm not sure yet of the color, but since the bouncing like is just going top, like from the ground to the top, and this one is already on the surface, like it's like at the lowest possible. So for me, like the bouncing light is like actually coming from the sky. So that's why I want for a cool color compared to like the shadows around here, because the shadows around here they are like influenced by the bouncing light of the ground, but not those ones. I mean, they're still influenced by the kind of, but I try to make it feel colder than the one behind. But I'm still not sure yet, no. So I just like pick one color and leave it like that for now. I know that I put the shape and that's it. I can change it after because it's on a layer anyway. But at least I leave a mark. I just like I know that I want like at least I know that when I look at it, I'm like okay, I made the obvious choice to make it colder at least, and I knew that I wanted to go that direction when I go back to it after. It's like a reminder. Oh, okay. This one. Appreciate you doing these streams and taking the time to answer questions. Well, you're welcome. Yeah, okay, like this. Oh, I played a few games of Heroes of Heroes of the Storm, and you've blocked so much in. There's still like a lot to do though. Like a lot to do. Or maybe not. It's hard to figure it out right now for me. Hey, what's going on here? Oh, Is this- So like for those how do you say it in English, mannequin, like those model thing, like I know that they are all white, but I'm not gonna just leave like all the same. Like I'm not gonna do the same color for each one. I'm gonna like do a gradient for like a different flat color for each one, so it creates like a interesting gradient when they talk to each other, next to each other. Like it's like so right now you just feel like it's there's no communication. So I'm trying to make a communication by like changing like slightly the color of each white, trying like to make it cold or hot. So it does feel like there's like a lance, a light, like hitting the thing. Like it's like if the light was doing that. Like like the strongest is like this, and then less like this, then even less here and less. So it gets a bit dark, like it change colors. So I keep it interesting. It's but they're all basically supposed to be the same color. See, like when I like zoom out, it's like it feels like there's a gradient. Kane, I'm here, Kane. Oh, hey, what's your nickname? I am Yun. What's up? Lam Yun? I don't know that. I'm not. I don't have a big knowledge of ramen though. I have to admit. I only know the tonkatsu. That's it. Oh, it's just how you pronounce ramen. Okay, okay, okay. Have you been to Venice? Oh, is it Venice or Venice? I don't know. Venice, I think. Yeah, I've been like twice or three times. It's sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't like it. I don't know. It's a strange feeling. But I do like the, you know, like next to Venice Beach, there's like a street with full of restaurants, like kind of not fancy, a bit hippie, I think. No, not hippie. I forgot. But there's a good ramen place over there. I like it. Yeah, hipster. Yeah, hipster food. Yeah, yeah. There's a ramen restaurant there. I like it. I like this one. So yeah, right now I'm just kind of tired with like doing the flat colors, so I'm just gonna start doing like a bit of like shadow stuff on the character, just to have a bit of fun right now. But yeah, the best would be that to put all the flat colors first, so you know what you are dealing with. But yeah, like I said at the beginning, like I know that the lights is gonna cover like 80% of the piece, and the shadow it's like only like 20% or maybe 15. So that's why I picked the flat colors for the light first. So depending on the amount of light I want for the illustration, like the flat colors, I pick like sometimes the for the flat sometimes it's just the mid shadow somehow for the flat colors sometimes, and sometimes it just can be like just the darker shadow as well. It just depends on the amount of like shadow or light is in the piece. So yeah, when you start with flat colors, it doesn't have to be like always like, oh, I'm gonna start the flat color, just like how it should like in the light, how it should look like in the light. Usually you pick the flat colors knowing like the amount of like the light is covering or shadow. Like for example, like if I go like in the small part here, I will try to pick the flat colors for the shadow because I know there's gonna be a lot of cast shadow on them. So I will try to find the shadow first on those instead of the light one. Right now I'm just like trying to put like the bouncing light as well on the shadows. So I go from light to dark, like bottom is light and the top is darker. Phew. But see how like now like I had the shadow on the beard right now. Like when I was last starting with the light, just like that, I was feeling that this red wasn't like light enough for the lights because I was working around here, so it feels like it was dark already because I was just putting the flat of this one and it feels like it doesn't feel like it was in the lights. But putting the shadow now, it does feel like it's like very bright. So it's just only working with like you just to think that it's only about comparison. So you need to compare like one to, like to for this one to be light, the light you need to put something to compare it to compare. So you put like a very dark shadow like around. It's all about like what you put next to the color to make it feels like it's light or shadow. I know it's kind of obvious, like you go like darker with values and stuff, but it's very important to understand that working like this, like this dark, it could be the light as well and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be around here. Because yeah, like when I zoom out right now, It really does feel like this, like a good light hitting him right now. Like, let's say, like for the hair, like here, like for the piece overall, like I could have worked with like a red like this here, but it just means that the range of like the values will be more around here. How I set up the range. Then when I'm working with like this red, like I know that I can only set up like the range around here. It's all about the space in the triangle that you can play with, and that's what I like when I do the foreground, I have a range of color picking that is like going wide like this. I can color pick like this, and you will see that the more I go like in the background, and the smaller the run is gonna be, like the less color shift I'm gonna do. Like the foreground is the most interesting, so it has to like the like it can have a lot of different choices, and the more I go far away, the less choice I make. How would you pick the lightest light? Uh, for this piece, it's like, since it's like like I said, it's like the bright daylight, and it's the just the color of the light of the sun, so the light is kind of white. So every colors for every path is just the color itself. So like the color of the skin is just the beige color, and that's it. Like that that is supposed to be. And the thing is that to pick the lightest one is it's up to you to set it up, or at least it's up to me. So I know that like when I start with like this light here, like this skin colors, and I know that it's around here, I know that I want to go this far for the beard to make it pop out, and it's gonna be the light test red as well. So you compare the skin and the beard first. So how much I want to jump, like from the skin and the red here, like see like how it jump, and then I say okay, then this red is gonna be the lightest red, kind of. And then I just keep comparing and comparing. Like I'm saying, okay, what is the blue compared to the color of this skin? And you know that the color of each element, so or each object has a value by itself. So like I always compare like to one thing, and for me like it's always kind of like the skin is always the references, the reference. So I know that like the skin is kind of like, like the brightest value in the light. So like I will always I will always judge the other colors and values like depending on this on the color of the skin. So I know that this blue, the value of it in the lights is gonna be like darker as well. So I make a big jump because I'm in the foreground and I want to make a big jump. But like since it's bright daylight, like I said, like even stuff on the background is like a bigger jump. But see like how like between this and this is like jumping from this to this, like from here and here, and like for the mannequin is like starting to jump from here to there, from there to there, instead of like the bright to the like darkest value. And there's also like, since like, let's say for the dark skin here, since even in the light it looks like very dark, it means that you don't have a lot of motion in the shadow. So you have to be careful. Like, so it's okay to like to not go like to not be to do a big jump, because like the amount of light that it absorbs is not that much. That's the thing. Like, since it's a dark matter, it doesn't absorb much of the light, so the shadow can be like not that strong as well. Because you already have like a overall like a very dark value, so you don't need to go like even darker in the shadow. It's just gonna like looks like very strange. So there's that to take in count as well. And like the reflection and how much it's absorb the color, like if it's metallic and stuff like that. But yeah, like for beginners, I know that everybody always start like very light colors around here when they do the light, and it's like it's getting very moody. So yeah, don't be scared to use those values here. And what's good like with my like what's good? I mean, what is like useful with my process is like I always set up the range from the beginning. So you have the lightest here and the darkest set already for the skin. So I know that the darkest shadow is like here, and the lightest is here. So I know that when I like color pick between those two, like I know that my color range is gonna be around here. Like, I mean, it's like the value is like it will never go like under. So just setting that up like from the beginning, it helps you like knowing like how far you can go, so it doesn't get too muddy. Or you can go like more far actually, because like sometimes when you just like go little by little, it's just like you just hesitate all the time, and there's no like big good like big choice. So yeah, so it's good to like just like put the big choice like that from the beginning, so at least you know what to expect. But like I'm talking more for the beginners, because it's like a mistake that we all do at the beginning. Make the bold choice, the very like daring choice first, and then refine after. I mean, that's all like classical techniques and stuff that you can learn from like from other people. There's no like big news about that. See, here, like she's bending a bit. So what I want to make sure to have the right feeling and just like cover like a big shape of shadow around here. So I'm sure that it feels like she's bending. So the light is like just hitting the top. It's not. I'm not even thinking of the volumes. I'm just like I know that I have to put a big chunk of shadow to make it pop. So see like this shadow here, I mean this blue is supposed to be the same blue as the cap here, as the hat. But I just like color pick the, like this shadow, it can't be the same as this one. So I'm gonna change it because there's the bouncing light, so I have to influence it a bit. So that's like how it's get a little bit more bright because it gets influenced by the bouncing, the bouncing of the sun. And since the sun is like yellow, all I do is like kind of I just desaturate a bit. I change the value by going top, and then I go left to desaturate a bit. So it does feel like kind of yellowish. And there's like so many different ways to like put a hot color on the shadow. Like there's like the desaturation techniques, or there's like going to the red and then putting a dash of red, and then picking this red and trying to like shade on the thing. It does give a different feeling. And it just depends on how like you want to make it feel after that. So right now I just go easy and just like desaturate. Here is like it's like it can be tricky because like you have like so many lines here, yeah, that you want to put shadow on, and but it's not, it may not work because it's like, you know, it's the light is like bouncing directly from here, so it's like mostly light actually already, so it doesn't need like that much shadow. Like sometimes I just want to put this shadow here, but I'm like, no, it doesn't need to actually. It doesn't need that much. So yes, like just I'm just keeping in mind that the light is coming from there and it's hitting like all the surface. So I have to keep like the amount of shadow to like below 20% for the darkest at least. Because I could like just like try to do the shadow of like every volumes right now like this, a little bit like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, and like this. It follows the volumes, but it's like there's too much. It's like there's too many like different strokes and stuff. It doesn't really well. It looks too busy. I will do that for the like those all little like volumes here for the middle shadow, like the shadow in the light. So like it's like going like very softly changing the values and the temperature. So I pick the color of the light and just like changing like softly around. So like I just like some small shift of like, see. So it doesn't like look too busy. You read first the bigger shadow, the darker shadow, and then you start to read like the all the small little change that you do in the light. And then I will do the same in the shadow. I will do like some small volume change here. So it's all about doing small change after that, like small change in the light and small change in the shadow. But you have to. I like to keep them separate, so it does feel like you have two blocks. So it's readable, even though you add a lot of like complex rendering. It's very close to the light, so it doesn't disrupt the read of the thing. But see how like I just did like few strokes that is very like not jumping that much from the brightest color I put from the for the flat, and it creates like a volumes because like just it's very light, but just few strokes just adds so much volumes already. Because I have like already the darkest that is like doing a big contrast. So I don't have like to do like to go like mid like I don't have to pick a color that is like very far from the light. Like otherwise it will just look like a transition between those two, which is not good. Which is not what I want. See how it is easy to think after that. Like when you put the lightest and the darkest, and just like working like close to the lightest and close to the darkest after. Like by doing like the darkest and the lightest first, you do like 80% of the work.
Did you ever stress about learning anatomy or color and values? Yeah, with anatomy, I would say. Yeah. Sometimes I just get triggered by my lack of knowledge, but and I try to study, and sometimes I just see that I can't figure it out anyway. So I got stressed by that for sure. So that like I used to like when I was like trying to learn hardcore, like I could spend like long nights trying to figure it out just because I couldn't like I couldn't find the answer, and I couldn't even sleep sometimes. It doesn't happen that much now. From time to time. Right now, I'm just like putting right away the bouncing effect on the piece, so it will help me just see what's happening. So what I do is just like use a layer effect that is add glow. I think it's linear dodge on Photoshop, but it doesn't work the same. It works. I would say it works better on Clip Studio because on Clip Studio you can work with the opacity here, and when you work with the opacity on Photoshop, it doesn't work, which is strange. You always have to be at 100% to make it work. Let's see, like it helps like getting the bouncing light everywhere and a kind of like hazy atmospheric feeling. And what I do after is just like lock this layer. So when I work under it, is like it doesn't affect the color picking. So when I color pick this, it doesn't pick the color of the layer effect. Actually, it picks what's underneath. But right now, I just like adding that. It just adds already the feeling of like being on the beach on a bright day, very hot, which is nice. Right now, I just now I feel more comfortable with the piece. There's something I need to change as well. Because like lately I've been working with a dark line art, like very dark, like pure black actually. So the problem with the pure black is like it's not a color, so it absorbs all the color around. So like for backgrounds and stuff like that is far away, like having a pure black color, it's not helping picking colors. So what I'm gonna do now is just like trying to change the color of the line art, like what's in the background and like here and there, so it doesn't like disturb the color picking too much as well. So up, I'm just gonna change it up here because like yeah, it's too dark here. Like the line art is too dark. So what I do is like I pick the shadow that I did here that is supposed to be like the darkest thing, and I go like slightly darker. It's not a science; it's just like some tips. It's not like a hard science. There's no like a truth behind it. It's just like I like doing that. See, let's do selection thing. Up. So I'm sure that I select everything. Yeah, usually I work with more like with a gray, like a gray line. So it's easier to pick colors, but like lately, like just working with the G pen makes things harder for color if I don't change the color of the line. I know it sounds stupid, but it helps because you always make an average of what's around. So if there's a dark next to the red, you make an average of those two colors, and it doesn't help when you work stuff that is far away on stuff that is far away. How do you how do you like orange line, like red orange? Well, if I do that, will just call me Vasily and that's it. It's just like a writing style for me. So it's like the Vasily touch for me. It's just about choice after. But every time someone's like do like stuff like that, like putting an orange line on outline, I just think of Vasily because that's his signature somehow. So like I did this. I'm gonna do another layer for like the other plane. So it's gonna be like a little bit more darker. I'm gonna pick this dark here and make it a little bit more darker. There's like very few artists who knows how to color like with pure black. Like there's not that many that can color like with like that have like a good science of like good colors with like a pure black. It's very hard because the true black doesn't exist when you do colors. Because if you have 100% black, it means that there's no light at all. Actually, yeah, let's pick this one. So yeah, I'm cheating with the black line by changing it, so it's easier for me to choose color. Oh yeah, they all did that. They all put like orange line. The all masters. I don't know. Like I don't have a good knowledge of that. It's just that at work, everybody is talking about Vasily when you do orange outline. But Vasily did study the old master and stuff, like the old classic way. I think. I'm not sure now. But he had a classical learning, I think, which I'm jealous. But see how it feels better already, like just like removing the dark in the background. Usually it's something that you do at the last, but since the piece is complex for me now, I'm doing everything that can help me picking the right color. So let's set the darkest dark is here. I'm gonna I don't like doing that part because it feels like I'm wasting time. I just like spending my time just like changing the color of something, like of the line. Like it's something that I could give to an assistant if if I had an assistant. I want this shadow to feel maybe a bit more cold. I'm not sure. Oh yeah. And I like what I like doing, like it's like putting some dash of like colors that doesn't blend, like right now here, like that. So what it makes is like, since you are not mixing those two colors, you are giving a choice to the viewer. So the viewer is gonna automatically like make an average of both, and it looks interesting because it's like two bold colors at the same time. So the viewer is just gonna mix the color by themselves. But if you mix those two colors, it's gonna kind of look muddy somehow, because like there's like so many choices that is being made with the shading. So like it feels like all the options is already, like all the decision is already made for the viewer. So there's no range of like decision for them to make. So that's why it can get very it can look very bad when you shade too much. Like making some like some like change of temperature like that without mixing it. Like let's say like I go bold like this here, like this here. I mean, I'm not gonna keep it, but the viewer is gonna make an average between here and between here and here, and between what's happening between here and here. When you color pick, there's a lot of thing happening. Like you see, like it's changing here and there, left to right. So the saturation is changing, but as well you are like dancing around here like this. So it means that between those two choices, when they make the average, there's so many options they can have still, like around here and around here as well. And since you don't decide to make a choice between those, it's gonna leave a freedom to the viewer to decide what's going on around and make it look interesting. But once you start to figure out that what has to be between those two colors, you have to be very good at it, like and it can get smutty. And that's why most of the time I never like do soft edges when I do like a shadow like this, like here, like between those two, because when you go like like I already said before, but like when you go soft shadow like this, like with a airbrush, like around here is like there's so many things happening that you don't decide by yourself because you didn't pick the color. So somehow it's gonna look muddy. And the only way to not make it look muddy is to make the perfect volume with the airbrush, because then you're like, because it's you give the right information. But when you do like hardcore choice like this, like two values like that, and like sharp, like between those two, there's still like a lot that can be happening. So even though like I didn't put the perfect like line here, like because like it could be like the line here, it could be like this, or even like slightly more like this. But it's okay. It's gonna work anyway because like they're gonna make an average between those two. So all you need to do is make like a nippling, like a fancy shape, fancy shapes that looks like interesting. So like here, the shape here is like interesting because it's making like, because in that shape here, because I decided to work that shape here. See like how it's like kind of interesting, like this shape here. What's its feeling like here compared to that? Like I already like explained it before, but it's always good to remind. Like here, I decided to pick that chunk, and here dynamic shape as well. And since like it's like like a hard choice, it's not like a soft choice. There's a lot of like room for mistakes because the viewer can just like pick, like still can decide which one is the good one. So yeah, when I'm saying I'm not good at anatomy and stuff, it's true because I just like try to give the more choice possible to the reader. But I like how it, like how this color here looks like when I zoom out, like it looks like very like cold and like it's like kind of shiny. I like it. So right now it's kind of messy because I want to work everything like all over the piece. So I'm just like jumping from one point to another to another. Because I just want to have fun right now, so I don't want to deal like too much with the boring part. Which the boring part is like doing all the flats around like for the clothes here and the shops. So I like I like most of the time like doing the fun part first because like I know that once I'm done with the fun parts, I want to finish it as soon as possible. Because when I start right away with the boring part, stuff like that, is I just don't want to work on the piece. So having like the fun part done is just oh you have done this part, so now you just have to finish the bad part and you can post it and you're done with it. So it's not like a good thought process as a painter. Because when you think as a painter, I think it's like has to be like very like you have to put the big blocks first and go like from like that's what I was supposed to do, but I just like going all over the place and doing the small things sometimes and just doing like the funny parts first. So yeah, the fun part for me is like doing the shading and the shadow for the skin. It's too strong. You learn to draw backgrounds all from photos. Yeah, I use the reference. I can show you the reference actually. Like no, lately, what I like to do is like building like I start with the idea. I draft the idea first, but with like random shapes and just like what I want to do. And then I look for the references to like fit the composition of what I'm doing. So this is the reference I got so far. So like I got the references for the muscle girl here, and then like all the stuff of Venice Beach. Mostly I use like Pinterest is good to find pictures. So yeah, so it's good to like to build up like a big range of like of uh, of uh, of file for reference. So I don't think too much after, because like the stuff I don't understand, I just use ref and I just like try to get inspired from it and like just like just try to draw the thing instead of like trying to understand everything of what's happening behind and stuff, because it's impossible to understand everything. So it's good to rely on ref to to relieve the pain. I would say the thought process, make the ref work for you. But I always start to draft the ideas first without the ref, because when I start with like looking for ref first, I always end up like with something that is stick to the ref too much. So I like doing like my first draft first with no ref, and then I put the ref stuff in my idea. I don't know if it makes sense or not, but wait, what? I thought I did the shadow for those. What? Oh yeah, okay, better now. Oh, okay, I see. Like I zoom out a lot and I start to like how it looks like right now. Even though like I didn't finish it, like the feeling of it looks, it feels good. Sketch first, then find the ref. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Because finding the ref does cause you to try following it to the letter and details. Exactly. I mean, it depends on the way you work. Like there's some people who look for the ref first and they can like be like very far away from it. But for me, it's like it's impossible. Would you be comfortable with showing your draft? Yeah, for sure. Let me see. So this one is like I can explain actually a bit how I did this piece with the line art actually, but it's very. I went like with layers for this one. Usually I try to stay with only like 2 or 3 layers maximum, but this one is like I went crazy. Let me see. Oops. So that's the thing with like how I started is like I started with those lines here. Like, how come it's so light? What happened? Okay, like I started with those lines. At the beginning, I just like lay down freehand perspective around here, like see. And what I wanted to draw actually it was a gas station first. And after doing those lines, like I was just like I just made a new layers and start drawing the character. So it was what it was. Let me see. There's so many. I went so wild on this one. What is this? This is the sketch. This is the sketch still. Oh, it's all messy right now. I just mixed everything. So yeah, what I did like second, I would say, like with the the thumbnails thing here, is use the perspective ruler of the Clip Studio, and I set up how do you call it a sense of proportion. So like with this layer here, like let me put it in blue. Like those line here, I just like calculate the distance, how far it can go. Like you see like how each rectangle goes smaller and smaller. So so by doing that, I think less about how proportion works because the lines already give me the information. Like you can see here, like I drew a character here. Uh, oh, I drew a character here, around here. So like this is like supposed to be the wall of the shops, all of those here. So like you can see the distance that it makes it getting smaller and smaller. And here I set up the size of a character when it's touching the wall here. And then I just like do a big line here. So I know every time the size of the character. So I know that here it's gonna be this size when it's touching the wall. So just doing that is it helps you set up the proportion. So like every time like let's say I want to do a character here, like here, all I do is like clicking here, shift, goes a straight line, and I follow the perspective, and then I follow this line perspective again. I go here, and I go on top like this. I do a straight line here that follows the perspective, and like it touch here, I go top here, and I touch here. So it's basically just doing a transfer, and then I have the height of the guy that is supposed to be here, kind of. And then I just like I do that. I do those lines, and I just control the everything, and I have my two dots. I do two dots here, and I know like the proportion, the size of the guy here. That's a trick, like a good way to like calculate things. Right now it's very hard because like I put the camera very low, so like it's very hard to like be accurate on the ground. And I like doing that because like you can cheat a lot as well with the proportion. But if you had a camera that was higher, I would say it would be easier to do like what I showed you. But basically, if you don't know how to pick the proportion of a guy, that's what I do. It's like I just transfer like the proportion that I did here, and I always use a character as a reference here. Like using a character as a reference is always a good way for me to measure things. Because like let's say like when I look at the ref here, like that, I see this guy. I say, okay, this guy is about two, like the building is about two of these guys, two and a half of these guys, of this guy. So all I do is like here, like doing like putting the top of this building two and a half, and that's it. And I do like measure everything in people size. Like when I see the windows that was on the left, I know that it's about like one and a half size of a guy and stuff like that. So like having a good like a base reference for measuring thing is good as well. So let's see. So like that's how I put all my characters here. See, like it's like giving like a sense of space. I always like measure, like I always like kind of like mentally put two dots. Like I always like when I do my measurements, I just okay, this is like the lowest and the highest, and then you start to trying to draw the character in that range. So you need to practice to draw like in the box, I would say, to be good at proportion. So usually like you always put two dots here, two dots up. You need to be able to draw like the right head size already. So it's practicing as well. You need to practice that. I mean, you don't have to put two dots. It's my way, but I always have to look for. I'm always looking like what is the lowest and the highest, and try to put to fit the thing all at once. I'm not just like gonna start to detail the head like this. It's not good because like suddenly I will realize that it's too long. It's not good. So yeah, like after laying down the characters here like this, a rough the character, and I lay down as well a rough of the background like this. But I always keep the blockouts very light like this. But it gets kind of confusing right now, like with that many layers. Right now, I forgot how I order the thing, but there's like a certain way to make it readable normally. But yeah, it's just like about building blocks, 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 and blocks. So like for the shops, I just build like blocks by blocks by blocks. In a way, it's kind of easy, but it's just like the amount of work that is a lot. Because you always have to measure all the time, all the time, all the time. And I guess like the guys who can eyeball everything, they're very good at measurements. And since I'm not right there, I rely a lot on the perspective grid. That's why I put all the measurement first, so at least I can rely on those like lines and stuff, so my brain doesn't get fucked up too fast. I I don't do the measurement myself. I let the line do the measurement for me. So it's either like you're very good and you can eyeball everything, or either you're not good. It's better to put the measurement on the canvas so it helps you to define everything. Like yeah, like I said, I just do on one layer like the sketch of everything. But you can see like it's like how I try to like measure everything, kind of. It's all by playing with the pressure of the pen as well, being very light with the lines and stuff. You should check for Scott Robertson video tutorial. Like he's like giving a lot of like he shows like how he construct a lot, and stay light with the lines, so you don't see that much of the construction actually. But yeah, if you don't know how to do something, just just do the construction on the thing. Like just construct the piece. It's better to rely on some rules that you put on the canvas than trying to eyeball everything. Sorry, I didn't read the chat for now. Do you have a Patreon? I'd love to look at the files and have wallpapers. I don't have a Patreons right now. I can't have a Patreons anyway because I'm sponsored by my company, so I don't. So with my visa, I can't earn money from any other way. Nescan, usually do you give feedback on artworks? Because I've been struggling with brushwork. I don't give feedback on work because I don't want to influence people. I don't want to influence too much the choice of people because I know that there's a way of thinking for everybody, and when I give a feedback, I'm trying to be the most neutral, and every time I'm being neutral, I just say like just keep practicing, and that's it. because like every time I give like a feedback, it's like, oh, you should go there, you should do that, it should be like that, and it's like just my vision, even though it's like true or not. It's just like it's I don't want to like to be the cause of like of the style of someone. I want to be sure that it's their own choice in a way. I don't know if that makes sense. Who is your main in Overwatch? Whatever is meta, I would say. I mean, I used to like. I like to play Ryan out a lot right now. I mean, I don't play Overwatch that much lately, but I just spent a lot of time practicing main tank lately. Like just Ryan out. I just wanted to swing the hammer. Okay, okay, okay. What the fuck? Okay. What? Oh, So like what I like to do right now is like all the people that's gonna be here far in the background. I will try to mix all the shadow together so it's all gonna be the same color for the shadow. So I won't spend that much work for on them, and it will just unify everything. So it's like it feels like they are merging with the background at the same time as well. I'm hungry. Be right back. I'm gonna get some snack. What? Oh, have you ever done a self-portrait? Have you ever done a self-portrait digitally? A self-portrait? No, I don't draw myself. Most of I'm fine. I don't need to draw myself. I have enough ego with my drawings. I don't need to draw myself. Plus, my personal stuff, my personal drawings are enough for me to uh, to pump up my ego. Oh, I forgot to remove the BRB. I mean, I'm fine with people drawing their face and stuff. I guess it's cool when you have a good face. I guess. So yeah, right now I'm just going back to the boring stuff and just like like putting all the like very dark shadow behind. So at least when it's done, like I have all the sense of like shapes that is done. So it will be like a good amount of work that is that that yeah, it will ease like my thinking after for picking the flat colors for everything on the background. Oh, you should go full dark here. I'm not sure. Is the stream working right now? Like, I got some strange messages from Picarto. What the- Okay, yeah, cool. Oh, there. Hey, Leroy. How are you? What the fuck? I'm good. I'm good. So, what are you working? Like, are you still on the same studio now that you're done with Ori? Oh, nice. I think it would have been cool if you would have come working for in our team, but I guess like with Trump blocking the visa and stuff, it's not that good. Otherwise, I think I would ask you, I would have asked you if you were interested to come working around here. I guess it would be sometime remotely first. Yeah, cool. You still enjoying it over there? Yeah, it's fine so far. Like I'm getting used to the American life so far. I mean, it's not that hard to adapt when you live in Irvine. You know, it's a very peaceful city. There's nothing happening here, so I kind of like it in a way. You know, as long as I live in a place that is good and I can draw, I'm fine, I guess. But I guess that if I would have arrived here and lived in LA right away, I think I would have left America. So Irvine is a good transition for me, at least. Or maybe I'm too old for the fun stuff. LA is amazing. It's my hometown. Well, when you see your hometown, you get used to it. But when you are used to live in a suburb and being in peace and stuff, it's like me. Like when I go to Paris, like I used to live like around Paris, like 50 minutes away, and I always go to Paris the weekend, and it was fine for me, just going the weekends and having fun there, but not living there. So it's the same for LA for me. It feels like It's somewhere I would go in on the weekend to have fun, but I would not live there for sure. But I think I've been to LA like only like 3 times, and I didn't have a good feeling. I need to try more. LA is so big that there are all kinds of neighborhoods. They have a few areas that looks like OC. Oh yeah, like yeah, I saw some places, some area like that as well. But I need to try more anyway, because I went to LA like only like 3 times, and so yeah, I definitely need to try more. Like Paris, like I needed to go there like at least 10 times to get used to the thing and know what I like and stuff, where I like to go and stuff like that. But I just don't like the traffic as well. At least Paris, you can just take the metro and train, and it was like kind of fast. But LA, I was like always on the Uber and like waiting for 40 minutes to get to one point to another. It was kind of like yeah, waste of time sometimes. I just spent like 50% of the day in the car. LA feels like a country. Wow. There's one thing though, like since I arrived here, like in America and like in California, somehow it does feel like LA or like when I go on Twitter and stuff like that. And since I live here, it does feel like you're at the center of the world somehow, which is not true. But it does feel like everything is happening here, and and then like all the stuff happening in other countries is just happening second, like a second, not first time. Like the first thing is happening in LA, like in California, and then it's happening like in all other places. That's how it feels, even though it's not true. It's just like the way the people talks and stuff. Like it just feels like that. You are in the center of entertainment capital. That's true. That's how it felt when I've been there. Yeah. I mean, I need to hang out more in LA, but I guess I'm getting lazy with. I mean, even though like I get the car now, it's just like yeah, I don't feel comfortable driving there anyway. And even after like 1 year experience of driving, I still didn't practice how to park on the side. Like on the curb, parking on the curb. I still don't know how to do it. And I guess like for LA, you need to park like that because Irvine is so spacious. You can just park in the parking spots all the time. So you don't actually need to learn how to park on the side curb. But dude, yeah, like if there's like once the visa stuff is okay with is okay, I think you should try to come in our team. Well, we are looking for people right now, so but mostly Americans, like people living in America. Seth is not in our team anymore. It's a new guy. I mean, another guy, but I'll let you know if it's like all good. Like when it's like everything is back to normal, I guess. I'm amazed how many of these images you can produce. I'm just having fun, you know. It's just like I said earlier, it's like playing video games to me. So I'm just having fun, even though it's asking more concentration when I'm drawing. But it's still like it does feel like playing video games, you know, like trying to put the right stroke and stuff like that. It's like playing Overwatch or something. It's like competition. It's like aiming for the right stroke, getting the right values, and then at the end you win when when you get a good piece. At least you don't have the toxicity of the players. You're just alone on yourself. Cause yeah, like when I play video games, like online video games, I just got stressed so much sometimes. I mean, it's fun, but you are so, like there's so much adrenaline and stuff. And yeah, I just can't. Sometimes I just can't sleep. Like I'm too excited and stuff. Yeah, I had the same when I played StarCraft 2. Yeah, competition, too much. It's not healthy for me. You living in Denmark, right? Are you on lockdown right now in Denmark with COVID-19 or not? I didn't follow the news over there. But COVID is pretty mild here. Almost no cases anymore. Oh, that's you so lucky. Nobody can get in Denmark now. Yeah, it makes sense, I guess. That's the best way to contain the thing. Like right now, yeah, I just watched a bit of the French news, and the COVID-19 is coming back in France. I'm like, ah, yeah, 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 not good. I think it's the same for here in California. It's like there's so many cases. Like I followed the Twitter of my city, Irvine, and like I remember like there was like they were telling like how many cases there were like every day, and the first days they were like only like 5, 2 new cases every day by day. And lately, like since like 3 weeks or something, there's like 50 new case every day or something like that. I'm just like, ooh, it's getting high now. It's coming back in Holland too. Shit. Denmark went in lockdown really early before other European countries. Yeah, that was the good options. The good option, yeah. Like France, they just locked down when like it was too late. It does feel like I forgot to draw a window here. Wow. Okay, it's okay. I'll redraw it. I'll draw it later, maybe, or maybe not. Yeah, I definitely forgot the window over here behind the leaves. Are you still going to office? No, we are we are working from home since since March, I think. Yeah, so like 3 months or 4 months already. Time's flies so fast. I kind of miss office though, like seeing people and stuff. I mean, so far I'm working better at home for sure. Like I'm more like focused on work, but yeah, the social thing is like I'm kind of missing it. Even though I'm not the most social guy, like having a little bit of interaction every day is good. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm adding way too much details for nothing. Yeah, I don't know if I will keep that. We'll see later. Hmm. No, let's do it that way. Oh. Do you typically listen to music while working? Yeah, I'm listening to music right now, but I'm not displaying the music because I know that if I want to post it on, if I want to post the video on YouTube, I don't want the video to get to get strike. I think, yeah, because of the copyright and stuff. So yeah. Otherwise, I would display. I would play the music to you guys, but yeah, it's just for YouTube, just in case. Do you have one genre you tend to listen to, or do you listen to a bit of everything? Yeah, I listen a bit of everything, but I have a big tendency to put one music on loop. So that's why as well, like I don't want to play the music to you, cause like to you guys, cause I just pick one music and I just play it on loop forever when I'm drawing. So at least I don't I stay focused on the piece. So I can send you the thing I'm listening right now. It's uh it's just the Utena opening right now. I don't know why, but I just want to listen to that one right now. Like right like this week, I feel like I'm going back to the old 90s opening ending song from animes and stuff. Yeah, I guess I'm a guy from the 90s. Bang. Hey Neskin, are you planning on adding clouds to the background or keep it all blue sky? Well, I just wanted to keep all blue sky. I think like uh, like from the ref I was using, there was only like kind of like blue sky thing, and I kind of like it, but I can add clouds after, but it's not my priority right now. Like see on the ref, like they're all like kind of very blue, and LA is kind of like cloudless sometimes. It's all I need to do is like maybe add a bit more yellow in the blue here, maybe. Like yeah, to make it hot. Actually, let's do it now. Okay, guys, I'm gonna stop the stream now. It's almost 1 a.m. and I got to work. I have to work tomorrow, so I have to stop now. Yeah. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow for those who come back.